Right, people. What is up, everybody? Today we're gonna be doing a bit of a reading. Gonna be studying for the test. Sorry. Hello, Lemper Goreng. What's up? No, but we are gonna be doing reading. But first, I figured we should start off with this guy I found on TikTok. We're gonna start the stream off a bit light-hearted, a bit chill. There's this guy I found on TikTok. His name is I don't know his name, but he he's created this alternate universe, this lore for a universe called the Versaverse. And it's interesting because he reminds me a lot of Robber. But what's funny is he creates lore and characters, but he never writes a story. There's never a story. But he's introduced, you know, however many characters. Let's say he's introduced 10 characters or something. The thing is, he introduces the 10 characters, and then he never writes the story, and then he's gone for like 2 months, and then he comes back and he's like, okay guys, it's time for a refresh. Now we're not gonna do character introductions. Now it's gonna be lore.
I am Versalord. I have assumed human physicality to relate to you humans. This is not my true form. My true form is unperceivable by the human eye, at least in the most part. As the incarnation of existence, I have a sworn duty to protect all of the Versaverse. Multiverse and reality itself depends on my life. As if I die, the universe dies. Did I say universe? More like the entire reality. Now,
Oh shit. So yeah, I mean, you kind of get the gist. Every single character is like some god or something, and they're all like related, and they're all like, you know, the incarnation of humanity, or the incarnation of death, or the true existence of nature. So they're all like some character like that, and he's got many of these, and they're all really good. So I recommend, if you guys have like some free time, go check out this guy on TikTok, because his lore goes hard. What's the bug, Jinderobo? I think okay, yeah. Did you go walk through a door and end up there, or is it you fell through the elevator? Okay, yeah. Did you go walk through a door and you fell through the elevator, right? At TP Town Hall, and you will be out. But I'll just make the mind room not usable in the elevator. Yeah. That'll take you back to the surface.
character analysis, Versa the Creator. Hello, I am Versa the Creator, and this is the beginning of the Analysis series. What is the Analysis series? The Analysis series is a rebranding of the Introduction series, but with some changes. There will be more details answered for each and every character in the Versaverse.
The electrician is by the radio tower. By the harbor.
Starting with me, Versa the creator. Here we go with the details. First name, Versa. Second name, the creator.
His name is Versa the creator. That's his actual name. But yeah, I mean that it's hard to explain like the appeal of this, but I get these videos on my For You page and I just I eat it up. They're quite long too. Like this one's 2 minutes, but many are quite much longer, so very good content. Anyways, so Penguin Village, I was gonna fix up some of the sort of leftover stuff in here. I mean, it's basically all working. I don't know exactly what I had left. I need to remove all of these, I think. Was that from... Yeah, that's probably Space Vendor. So we don't need these fellas here. They're going away. Sorry. No Space Vendor in Outsider Detective Penguin. But yeah, this one's going away too. And this here is the walking fish area. Yeah, here we need water. Nice. Yeah, I should just copy paste Vandor from the other right. These mannequins are broken. I need to copy the ones I already added. All right, the clothing store is the Penguin. Yeah, so everything, I was gonna go to like a cafe or something this morning, but everything's freaking closed. So I just went to the grocery store instead and picked up. My coffee ran out this morning. I was like, shit, I want my coffee. But then I was like, but it's kind of a vibe to go to a cafe and have some coffee. But then it's like, oh yeah, it's freaking Friday. I love coffee. I'm obsessed. And it's like I am, and this is, I guess, a not so common trait, but I am both a snob, but I also will get down with literally any form of coffee. Like when I buy coffee for myself at home, I'll spend probably 3 times the amount of money on my coffee as opposed to like the regular stuff you'd buy in a grocery store. I'll go to the roasteries and buy specialty coffee. I'm obsessed, you know. But at the same time, if I'm at like, I don't know, a workshop or something, and they're like, oh yeah, we have some coffee, I'm like, heck yeah. And I'll devour that cup of coffee, even though it's like the trashiest, most garbage piece of coffee known to man. Like I will devour it because I just, you know, I just love coffee, man. I don't feel the same way about energy drinks. Like if there's a trash energy drink and it's free, I probably won't even touch it. But with coffee, hell yeah. The light map here is broken now. Okay, epic. I just have to rebake it later. I mean, most of it is working. Okay, but that's, I mean, that's the opposite of a snob. The Monster and Red Bull are the OGs and the best for a reason. I don't know, I just like, I like any food and respect any food or drink where there's an artistry behind it. Where there's a lengthy process to arrive at the finished product. I think all of that is like deeply interesting to me. What type of game are you making? I'm working on a penguin heist game. So it's like a multiplayer physics-based game where you do heists. Wait, did I just remove the... Yeah, I don't know. I always, do I keep this fish factory too? I don't know how you guys would enter it if it's in the penguin village. Should I just let this stay in the detective? Probably. You still have this fish factory, so. Even though this is like cool, I don't know. This song is obnoxious. It's literally just a loop. There, whatever. These cat music ones are usually better. No, but I like, you know, everything. Okay, I'll leave this in, but the thing is, how do you even get to it? I mean, obviously you guys no clip into freaking Cucumber Land, so you guys find a way, but I want to leave some stuff for the detectives, you know. Yeah, but where would it be? Because these two were whooping from the same spot, the fish factory. Wait, this is the big manor. From the sewers? Hole with a ladder? Yeah, but it's like this is the actual fish factory, right? This thing here is the actual fish factory. This is in the imagination of Detective Neuter. He's like, oh yeah, this is how the fish factory was in the past. Struggling with penguin beaks? How so? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I want it to somehow, you know, have some semblance to what Penguin Heist is, you know? Yeah, all the bookshelves are inverted. Yeah, I'll just leave it inaccessible for now, but still there so you guys can get to it if you want to. I mean, this, I think I could copy paste from the store. There we go. Yeah, for sure. How are you doing, Prosto? Cotilo. Patilo. New Robber AI was fun. Yeah. It's took me ages. Like the entirety of Robber's messages is over 2 megabytes. And in case you guys don't understand how significant that is, it is very significant. Okay, you're with the puzzle, the riddle, right? the poles. It wasn't poles. That's not what it was. So you need to touch the objects in a certain order. That seems to be a puzzle that's tripping people up. You need to touch the items in a specific order. And the order that you need to touch is when life gives you lemons, that's the key. Trust your eyes, the mirror never lies. So lemon, key, eye, mirror. Touch it with your flipper, listen to the click, touch it in that order. Yeah, something like that. Well, I mean, it is sort of an Easter egg, but it's not like... It's not only an Easter egg. It is a riddle, too. But yeah, what do you want to ask? Pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, I worked a bit with cutscenes for Detective Penguin. I think having like some, you know, generalize it as much as you can, have it working like clockwork, and be able to like go in and out of cutscenes easily, you know? And establish sort of the behavior. Think about the behavior of the camera going to and from the cutscene. That's relevant. What happens when you go to a cutscene? What happens when you leave a cutscene? I think that's like the most important part. You want to have it be as generalized as possible. Just be able to like plop down a cutscene wherever you need it. And be able to like access the cutscene when you need it too, for like debugging purposes. My game's called The Greatest Penguin Heist of All Time, Uncle Richtovan. Well, so the thing is, when the camera starts a cutscene, there is a transition to the cutscene. And when the cutscene ends, there is a transition away from the cutscene. And that's stuff that you need to have sort of formalized with regards to how does that actually happen. Ensuring that the player doesn't maintain control of themselves during a cutscene and so on. Jinrobo is stuck in dialogue screen. Where is he stuck in dialogue screen? And oh, awesome. Like like a villager. I would suggest just reloading the save in that case, unless you can describe to me exactly what happened or how you get there, or like if it's repeatable, then it's hard for me to like diagnose the issue. Yeah, sliding and hit him. But that only happened this time. It hasn't happened before, I assume. Yeah, but like if you slide into another NPC after you reload your save, I'm assuming that wouldn't happen. You hit another NPC and you're stuck again. But is that default behavior across the board? I don't think so. Let me just start up. Your screenshots? Yeah, I was checking out the screenshots. On the Steam page. Because you've been able to punch penguins before Lysander's quest. It's only after his quest that it's been happening. Like if I leave here. Yeah. Could you send me your save file? Because I could take a look at it then, maybe. Unless I finish Lysander's quest. I could speedrun his quest. It's whatever. I'll just speedrun his quest and see. Speed run. Just turn on the... Yeah, but we'll see if there's an issue. With like this version or something. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Seems to be maybe an issue related to your save then. Why no bank? Well, there's gonna be a bank in Penguin Peaks. Yeah, could you send me your save file? Your save file is in, yeah. Just send that and I'll take a look at it when I can. I'm just checking here to see that everything seems to be in order. Yeah, it's just this terrain here. It's in percent app data percent. You can find it. You go to app data, your username, app data, and then to local low, and then you find fish soft, and then it's under Detective Penguin, and just send. You can send, you know, the DP save, all these four. The main 0, main 1, and auto. I think there might be main 0, 1, auto. Yeah, I think those are the ones you send. I have to open a detective to and the train. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, I had that burger yesterday. It was delicious. You know, we're starting to get some sun here in Iceland. You can be out in a sweater and not get so cold. Except your hands, they'll get cold, but there's just some vibe about eating a burger in the sun. What can I say? Oh, that's the wrong one. What do we know about Penguin Peaks? So I think part of what you know is that, you know, friggin' multiplayer, you know. And owning house, owning cars. I think confirmed job, at least fishing. For sure. Delivery driver, I think I want to do. I want to do some sort of factory worker. Pizzeria. Then I'm not sure how I want to formulate the whole drug business. But it's not going to be in the snow. That much I can tell you. There will be probably snowy mountains, but it's not going to be in the snow. Trying to step away from the snow. Work now? Piling shader. Ooh. But like, I imagine... Hey, yo, that looks really good. Look at that. It's beautiful. Echo Island. Just like I remember it. But I imagine, you know, you're standing outside Penguin Peaks and you have this sort of, you know, welcome to Penguin Peaks sign. Not in the sense that it's a freaking spooky Twin Peaks town, but that sort of sign. I'm just envisioning that as you're driving into Penguin Peaks proper. So maybe there's like a town and then a mountain beside it or something. Hey. Mm. Mm. Gonna have to get baked again, but that's whatever. Hello, Crasher Hole. Okay, seems to be working fine. Working on today? Well, doing a little bit on Penguin Village. Fixing a little bit. Seems like it's mostly done. Remove all the warps as well. I don't know if these are working or not. I guess they are. Nice. It's just the Vandor then, isn't it? It's the post penguin. Ah, shit. But that's going to be missing for all of them then. So... Is Nuru's jacket open? Yeah, I think so. Are you drawing him? Nice. Yeah, I just I tried to get fan art, so that's why I made Detective Penguin. It's a big scam. But then Blackjack. I keep saying Jack Black. Too much Minecraft, am I right? Although here it seems to work. Okay, well. But this one's broken then. Yeah. You guys know Hank Green, famous YouTuber. He made a video on YouTube the other day I saw, came up in my feed, where he spoke positively about the Minecraft movie-going experience. And I felt very vindicated. He said it was one of the best movie-going experiences he's had in a long time. And I was like, preach. Preach, buddy. Yeah, I mean, one of the top comments was like, I watched the trailer and it just looked really bad. And it's like, okay, buddy, but you didn't see it. You didn't go and see it. And then it's like, ugh. I could never handle being in a movie where people are screaming. It's like, but that's what made it so amazing. The fact that people were screaming Chicken Jockey and Steve and cheering on when Steve did like random crap. That's what made the movie so great. I mean, any programming language is worth spending your time on, because it's like you're not getting into like, you shouldn't pick your language because of its viability in the industry or whatever, unless you're actively looking to get a job at a AAA firm. If you're an indie dev, just use whatever language your engine uses. So if you're using Unity, you use C#. If you're using Unreal, you're using C++. If you're making your own game engine, well, maybe use C++ or Java or Python or whatever, you know, like whatever works. Because at the end of the day, just programming in general is going to make you a better dev. You'll be able to pick up C++ within no time if you've coded in like C# or Java. If you are a genuinely good programmer, you'll be able to transition over to C#. Like there's going to be a learning curve, but it's like the skills of learning programming is so transferable, whether you're learning freaking JavaScript or anything. It's always just learning a language is a good investment. So don't think about like what language you're learning. Just think about learning a language or languages. Because programming is not memorizing syntax. It's developing a way of thinking about problem solving, right? I think it's all there now. And then the minecart. But as far as, you know, if you're worried about a language becoming outdated, I think you have your priorities misplaced. But as for C#, like C# is never gonna be out of date. Like it's always always in fashion. It's just sort of hitting the right balance between low level and high level, according to most game developers. But again, like when it comes to game development, I would say that 99% of the time, optimizations you're making are not on a language level. They're being done on an architectural level. So whatever optimization you can get out of C++, you can get the same with C#, because the sort of memory management you can do with C++ is, unless you're making a very specific project that requires memory management, on that low level, you're not gonna see any performance boosts. Okay, I think it's pretty much working. Let's see, we need the player camera and a player spawn. Okay, so I have no idea if this is gonna work, but you know, we'll just run with it and hope for the best, I guess. Then after this, we're gonna be reading through the documentation on Photon Fusion, which is the multiplayer networking library. Let's go, Penguin Village. Do I have any outfits? Here we go. How's that for a outfit? Looking schmexy. Ah, Penguin Valley hasn't been added to the. I hope it saved my outfit. Skirt. Yeah, so definitely some bugs here. The vehicle is part of it. I guess we'll have to, now you also have FPS drops. But you had played for a long while without them though, right? So there was this... I was getting FPS drops one time, but that was not related to, like, normal gameplay. So what... Yeah, you left there, and when you look at the boat... Because the thing is, so... It's generally when you look in the direction of the ocean, right? That's when the FPS drops come, right? Am I mistaken? Like, they're greater when you look at the... in the direction of the ocean. Could you pinpoint for me, like, if you swim out into the ocean? So what I noticed one time, okay, was that there was a cube. A cube had spawned in, like, way, way, way over there. And... Oh shit, okay. And if I swam out in this direction, I would still get the FPS drops unless I looked this way. As soon as this cube went out of sight, my FPS was okay. So I just kept looking left and right, and I would see it would drop, not drop, drop, not drop. Could you, like, swim out into the ocean and see if the object in question that's dropping your FPS is actually maybe out in the ocean, and it's only when you look at it that it's dropped? Because that might be the case. It's definitely not the island. It's not the island. The island isn't moving. If it was the island, it wouldn't be affected, you know, by traveling in and out. Something happens when you travel in and out. There is something out in the ocean. I just wish I could see what. So something randomly spawns, like, far away in the ocean, I would presume. Because I found a cube out there. And the cube was, like, far out in the ocean, like, really far. And it was so far out that the calculations to check, like, how it should be rendered were, like, insane. It was just over computing Just everything. It's a Gwyn bouncing in the water and changing skins. You found it. So when you look at it, what do you mean it's changing skins? Is it changing the lighting? It's like flickering. The lighting is flickering on it. What happens if you pull it in? Can you like grab onto it and pull it back in? Because if so, we just solved the FPS drops. It could be all of these freaking penguins floating out into the water, and when they float out far enough, that's when the FPS drops start happening. Yeah, he's flickering because it's struggling to compute his lighting. So you found the issue because that's exactly what the cube was doing as well. But can you like pull him back into shore? Because I imagine then, okay, let's listen to this theory. You guys are playing the game. A penguin lands in the water, and now he's floating in the water, and he's slowly floating away further and further into the ocean. Eventually, he gets into this area where his performance, he's going to tank your performance. While that's happening, you guys are like down underground doing your thing. And no matter where you look, he's not going to be in your field of view because he's out in the freaking ocean. So he's not going to get rendered either way. But when you go up to the surface, now he's getting rendered. So that's why you guys are seeing the FPS drops when you're out in the open. And when you reload, of course, the NPCs get reset. Okay, well, Alice, you solved it. Nice. I'll try to fix that as soon as I can. I'll just have to put like an invisible wall that blocks the penguins from floating out into the ocean. Oh god. Is it the entity that's... Or is it the post penguin? Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. But that would be something then that would just occur. You know. As time goes on. But that explains why I've never seen it, because the editor, they never fall down into the water. But they keep falling into the water for some reason in the build. I don't know why, and they keep hitting themselves in the build. They don't do that in the editor either. Okay, Yeah, and that's the thing. They don't get hurt at all in the editor. So there's something different with the physics calculations in the build. There is doing some sort of optimization. I assume that's leading to unpredictable results. It's going well. It's going well. We just found a big bug. Is it the AI manager I don't have, or? Right, right. Okay, nice. Yeah, I don't really have a inventory system in mind, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be reworking the entire multiplayer networking library. I'm gonna switch over to a new one, so it's gonna be an intense period of coding coming up. So this is the calm before the storm. I will be painting eggs tomorrow. I was using Photon Bolt, but now I'm going to be switching to Photon Fusion. Because I'm going to be upgrading the entire project to Unity 6. And Photon Bolt is old and deprecated. Yeah, you can go with Mirror. I think that's probably a fine choice. The reason I want to use Photon Fusion is for performance reasons. They've shown to have really good performance and clever use of packet compression algorithms by the looks of it. So that's why I'm going from that. And also I'm used to the I'm sort of already invested in the Photon ecosystem, sort of. I just want to keep using them. And it allows me to potentially go multi-platform with little to no issue in case that ever becomes relevant. It's also nice. Why is neuters and large chemistry never addressed in the game? I don't know, man. It's a good question. You addressed it in fine art? Let's see. Ah, no. Penguin Peaks. See, that's what I'm imagining, dude. That's what I'm imagining. That's what I imagine when I think Penguin Peaks. This shit, and they're all flying in planes, and it's awesome. Yeah, I like the Penguin Peaks. Just imagine this, people. You're playing Penguin Peaks, and you're just chilling by a tree, by the sign saying "Welcome to Penguin Peaks." Oh, and it would be fun, you know, the home to blah 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 penguins. If we had that and it had like the player, not the player count, but the total amount of like unique users the game has ever had. That would be cool. Don't look up DP on Urban Dictionary, guys. Don't do it. Biggest mistake of my life. Oh, see ya. Okay. And we'll just tackle things as they come, I guess. I'm just gonna have some yogurt. I'll be right back. Robber's yogurt? Hell nah. Oh, looks like this crashed. Penguin Pet crashed too? Yep. Awesome. I love when that happens. Do it. It doesn't have any sequence. Is that the problem? Well, like, what is this? Okay, it's trying to find a switch that doesn't exist. We'll set up a sequence. I guess we'll have to, What's the game about? It's a penguin heist. Multiplayer physics-based penguin game. Penguin. That one has a switch. Boolean. Tracking. Date. Shrine door switch, I guess. Might as well just do that. Who cares? Nice profile pic, by the way. MSN. Old school. So we'll just delete this. Thank you, thank you. You made it yourself. But it's MSN, isn't it? This fell. It's inspired by. Oh, so you actually threw it together yourself. Okay, I get it. That's cool. Gia Glavs Nixa, have a good one. Good day. Is it gonna work? Or is it blocked by the player canvas? Could be. Maybe have like some fade, dialogue fade in mesh or something. Yeah. Ah, man. A minor struggle here. Is there like many cameras or something? That camera. Oh, are there 2 player cameras? Ah. See, this is... Hey, or just finished the game, or at least the main quest says, but really great writing, cool and funny. I love the part with the giant rock band. That was the best thing that could happen after the scary walking fish part. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think there's, you know... It's the kind of game where I do a bunch of different things, but I try to, you know, not do them without rhyme or reason. Which was the big challenge, you know? Trying to make it all stick together thematically. I'm glad you liked it, dude. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's like, to me, I think I always, when I approach things, I try to think of like, what is my strength? And what are sort of the opportunities I have? And I could make another detective game. I could make another generic detective story with a generic mystery and have that be it. But I think exploring sort of these more abstract points of view is both more fun for me and for the player, I think. So I like sort of under promising and over delivering, if that makes sense. So like player goes in, expects generic you know, cutesy penguin game with a stolen fish. Okay, and then it turns into a murder mystery. But then after that, it turns into this sort of weird, trippy psychological horror thing, and it's like doing all of this while still trying to maintain some sort of narrative thread. So it's not just like, here's a random thing, here's a random thing, here's another random thing. So I don't know, but I had really fun making it, and I'm proud of it. So I'm glad that people are enjoying it. It's also, you know, I just really wanted for a long time to make an actual story-based game. And this is my first time making one. So I had a lot of fun with it. I haven't done like sort of narrative writing in games in that way. But now I know what it takes, and it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. I don't know why the penguin isn't. Still 2 audio listeners in the scene. Oh, so there's still 2 player cameras. Morning, Lemanka. Lemonkey. We're just finishing up the Penguin Village in Penguin Heist. Yeah, by the way, Radio Felix, I don't know, are you Penguin Heist player? Because we are working on transferring all of the Penguin Village stuff to Penguin Heist, and then after that we're gonna be work in progress fan art. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you haven't even played Penguin Heist? Yeah, well, so Penguin Heist is very different. Penguin Heist is all about combat, you know, and silly physics, whereas but Detective Penguin is very different. But there is some sort of, you know, further delving, you know, if you're interested in the story. I mean, the story of Penguin Heist is the penguins going up against the Iron Flipper and sort of trying to find the Tabula Pongo. But, you know, I don't know if you understand what that is unless you were reading about it in the museum in the game. Yeah. No, because there is sort of this universe that I'm sort of creating as I go, and have many parts of it mapped out. And that's sort of, you know, the idea of doing this really came into reality as I was working on the Penguin Saga stuff. Like the concept that I have Penguin Heist and I have these penguins and I might as well just like create this universe. Okay, it seems like it's working now. New Penguin Village. But yeah, I mean, Penguin Heist is all about guns, you know? Rootin' tootin' Newton shooting. So, it's very different from, yeah, okay, these texts, don't have the right materials. And it seems like these shelves are missing, so... I have to import those as well. Yeah, just the two of us. But in terms of like Detective Penguin, I did everything and then that fish did the music. So that was sort of my own narrative and everything. No, we enjoy working solo. It's sort of like how do you say? You know, we try to scale the projects to the size that allow us to work solo. It was never an interest to us to start taking on more people because it's sort of like like the moment you start scaling up, you start becoming more of a manager and less of a creative. Two people, I think, is an amazing opportunity to be creative because it's like you and your friend or whatever, you're throwing ideas between each other and you're getting like instant feedback. But when you're adding in even a third person, things start getting muddied. You start outsourcing work. You just have to like manage, and you just feel like a freaking entrepreneur as opposed to like a game developer now. Like, I love making stuff, so why am I gonna have someone else making the stuff that I like to make? That's sort of how I feel about it. But I think it's good to have a second person on team to not get overwhelmed and to have someone to discuss ideas with. And to not feel like you're just going at it completely alone, you know? That you have someone to relate to, but beyond that, yeah, it's... If you want to start making big money and scale up and stuff, you know, sure, go ahead, you know, start taking on more people, but... Wait, right, it's the texts. And then also, yeah, we fixed that already. It's just missing prefab. The shelf prefab? No. Weird. Okay. Okay. Pretty good. It just doesn't have the spawner. But I think this is good for now. I think we'll synchronize this. Hey. Oh. Okay, it just keeps crashing. I guess I need to buy more RAM, guys. I don't know. What can I say? Like, wait, 1 second. I'm just gonna. The Discord, you can just do this. The road to PP day 1 begun? Sort of. We're gonna be reading into multiplayer. We just synchronized as we're having some memory issues here. I need to buy more RAM. But I don't think that you can buy RAM on the Good Friday, you know. But yeah, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna branch. Create branch. And we're gonna call it networking rework. Or yeah, networking rework. There we go. So now we're working on a new branch because this is where we're gonna be hanging out. Okay, but we're gonna be reading up on multiplayer. I was reading a bit this morning. And we need to refresh the chat. There. So, photon fusion. Basically, I can show you guys sort of what we're talking about here. Photon fusion. The reason we want to switch to photon fusion is that if you look here, what is interesting? This is fusion, the light blue. Switch over so you can see. So fusion is light blue. Multiplayer API, I think ML, isn't that multiplayer low level API or something? Mid-level API, yeah. So you have the mid-level API and Mirror, which is Mirror is very popular. But look at kilobytes per second relating to object usage in a server. Like, it scales very nicely. Whereas it sort of just rockets in size for the average mid-level API and Mirror server. Allocations per frame, 0 allocations in Fusion. 0 allocations. That is very nice. That is performant. And CPU usage on server, look at that. It's like nothing. 500 network objects, 32 clients. And that's not even 1 millisecond. Like, you'd be eating up. You can have 16 milliseconds. You can have 16 milliseconds to CPU time if you want to have 60 FPS, but that's, you know, that's CPU only. Of course, you're rendering stuff at the same time, so 16 milliseconds of CPU time is like unreasonable. You know, at worst, you'd want to have like 8-8 split. But yeah, so Penguin Heist, I notice the problem with Photon Bolt is partially that it is very CPU intensive, right? Not just the fact that there's latency, but there is a massive CPU footprint. But Fusion's bandwidth usage is 6 times smaller than mid-level API or Mirror. It is optimized to consume less CPU on the server, allowing more flexibility for gameplay elements or lower server specs and deployment costs. Now, the thing is also, keep in mind that like mid-level API and Mirror are both like open source, which is partially why there's no incentive for them to like get better. They only have to, like, being free is generally good enough for an open source project. And that's why a company like Photon, who does multiplayer, is able to sort of work towards achieving this because they are a paid service, right? But because they're paid, they have a bigger incentive to sort of achieve these state-of-the-art solutions, which they appear to have done. So that's why I'm excited to start using this. I had a good experience with Bolt already, but again, it is problematic. We're going to be using the host architecture, and we're going to set up host migration because that's going to be relevant too. We don't do that currently in Penguin Heist. Host migration is very important if you're going to have like a persistent world feel. And host migration, they do that already in like GTA, for example, and stuff. Yeah, more kinds of drivable boats, and they're going to be the kind of boats that you can stand on as they drive. And there's going to be more like helicopters that you can have. We're going to add actual airplanes. The only vehicle that made sense in Penguin Heist was helicopters, but we can add airplanes in Penguin Peaks. So there's going to be all kinds of stuff. But yeah, dedicated servers is not something we're going to do because that's way too expensive. But there's still going to be like the dedicated server binary, so you can host it yourself. But yeah. So I'm excited for this. Anyway, so we're just going to read through this document to sort of wrap our head around what sort of features we're going to be working with going into this. I already set up in Puffin Game. I set up some basic stuff with it. But I'm thinking, you know, I'm just going to read this through and sort of familiarize myself a bit more with what we're working with before we dive into the nitty-gritty of actually transferring our existing code base. Because like I said, this is going to be a huge undertaking, and we're not just transferring code, we're refactoring and reorganizing things. This is going to be a big undertaking. And we're laying the foundation for both the future of Penguin Heist and Penguin Peaks. So, what do we say? Are we on day one of road to Penguin Peaks? I think so. EP consumer, yeah. Shame, dude, shame. So, creating a player avatar. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this. So, add a standard Unity cube, rename it body, remove the collider. The avatar configuration should be like this. So, network object is the same as the Bolt entity, as far as I'm aware. So, a network object denotes the fact that a game object is synchronized. Because the game is running in hosted mode, only the host has authority to spawn new objects. This means that all player avatars must be spawned by the host when they join the session. Conveniently, the onPlayer joined method of the iNetwork runner callbacks interface is called on this exact occasion. Similarly, when a player disconnects, the onPlayer left method is called. Replace the onPlayer joined and onPlayer left with. Yeah, so you'd spawn and despawn. And the network runner. The runner is the sort of beating heart of the server, so that's always something we need to keep in mind. Photon Bolt did not have a beating heart. It has the, I think Bolt. Nah, there's nothing really. You start the game, And then I don't think there's a game object responsible for it. If there is a game object, it's not a visible one at the very least. Yeah, this should all look quite familiar. It essentially replaces Unity's instantiate method with runner.spawn, which takes a similar set of parameters, except for the last one. The last parameter references to the player is a reference to the player that will be allowed to provide input for the avatar. It's important to note that this is not the same as owning the object. Yeah, because you have authority or you own one or the other. You can be like a controller. So network player object and the player is a reference there sent on player joined, and then the same there. Yeah. Having input authority does not allow a client to directly modify the network state of the object. Instead, it may provide an input structure that the host will then interpret in order to update the net. Yeah, okay, so you can't modify. But that's the thing, though. With Penguin Heist, you're modifying not the state. Wait 1 second. Robber's sending shit on Discord. I just need to see, is this like a bug or not? The client may also apply input locally. Yeah, that's what we do in Penguin Heist. So we apply the input locally, but then we don't send input per se. Well, like we send input, but we don't. We send also the position. So the oh shit, I skipped. I think no. So the player maintains position authority at all times and synchronizes that to the server. It used to be that the server had full authority, but that introduced like a massive delay every single time the player tried to move, which we did away with. Before input can be collected from the user, a data structure must be defined to hold the input. Yeah, I worked with this. Create a new file, and this is, yeah, you can create the input in form of direction instead of like... For simplicity, this example uses a vector to indicate desired movement direction, but know that there are less bandwidth expensive ways of doing this. For example, a bit field with 1 bit per direction. Do note that Fusion will compress the input and only send data that actually changes, which is nice, because Bolt does not always do that. Bolt sometimes sends data when it shouldn't be sending data. The client needs to collect input from the user when polled by Fusion in the onInput callback. So go back to the basic spawner and place the onInput stub with the following. Right? He's not normalizing his input. Again, this should look quite familiar. The handler is using standard Unity input to collect and store input from the local client structure. The last line of this method will pass the pre-filled input structure into Fusion, which will then make it available to the host and any object this client will have input authority over. But is on input then running in the... Yeah, okay, but that's running globally then, I guess. So you'd be sending input sometimes when you don't... Okay, interesting. The final step is to apply the collected input data to the player avatar. Select the player prefab. Add a new script called player to it. Open. Yeah. Fixed update network gets called on every simulation tick. This can happen multiple times per rendering frame as Fusion applies an older confirmed network state and then resimulates from that tick all the way up to the predicted local tick. Input should be applied in fixed update network to make sure that the correct input is applied for each tick. Fusion provides a simple method to acquire the input for the relevant tick. Yeah, okay, then normalize it there before sending. Oh, after sending. Now all that's left to verify that the game does indeed have movable player avatars, but first the scene needs a floor so the spawned objects don't just drop out of view. Create a cube object, place it at 0 and scale it there. Fusion 103 will explain prediction and how it's used to provide snappy feedback on the client in a server authoritative network game. Yeah, that's what we're not really using. I mean, we're using it probably in some sense. The goal is to have instances of the ball behave identically on all peers simultaneous. Simultaneous in this context means on the same simulation tick, not the same actual world time. The way this is achieved is as follows. The server runs a simulation at specific evenly paced ticks and calls fixed update network on each tick. The server only and always moves forward from one tick to the next. This is exactly like fixed update for regular Unity behaviors in the local physics simulation. After each simulation tick, the server calculates, compresses, and broadcasts the changes in network state relative to the previous tick. Thank you so much.
Andy Fox 1141 has learned to dance.
Clients receive the snapshot at regular intervals, but will obviously always lag behind the server. Yeah, obviously. When a snapshot is received, the client sets, its internal state back to the tick of that snapshot. But then immediately resimulates all ticks between the received snapshot and the current client's tick by running its own simulation. The client's current tick is always ahead of the server by a wide enough margin that the input it collects from the user can be sent to the server before the server reaches the given tick and needs the input to run its own simulation. Each peer can simulate predicted future state of any object based on known previous position, velocity, acceleration. The one thing it cannot predict is the input from other players, so predictions will fail. While local inputs are applied instantly on the client for immediate feedback, they are not authoritative. It is still the snapshot generated by the server that eventually defines that tick. Local application of input is just a prediction. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if this has like any implications on the way that we simulate things in Penguin Heist, because we're just synchronizing positions and not really doing much else. Like, we're not simulating input or movement over time in the same way. But like, I mean, for example, here, you know, if a client connects way later than a server, then the server is started. The servers run this simulation for X number of frames. Would the client who connects run this simulation over those X number of frames instantly upon connecting? So like, let's say the ball has moved 5 units forward over 5 seconds, so it would, or over 10 seconds, so it would have moved 50 units in total, 5 times forward. The client connects and the ball would be at position 0. Would the client now, when connecting, rerun that simulation and experience the ball being at unit 50? Is that what this implies? Ah, I'm Everlast Steve. Yeah, and then networked. Fields marked with networked have to be properties and have the get set stubs as they are used by Fusion to generate serialization code. Make sure to always follow this pattern. Sounds easy enough. The timer should be set before the object is spawned, and because spawned is only after a local instance has been created, should not be used to initialize a network state. So in Photon Bolt, you would define these sort of synchronized variables through their own GUI, their own proprietary GUI. I guess what I could do, because they are called states in Photon Bolt, what we could do then, I'll just zoom this in even further, is what we could do is create sort of these mock-up objects of the way that Photon Bolt has done it. So we keep that structure of like the concept of like they call them states, right? So you have the enemy state, like the bolt way is you have states, and states are sort of composed of, which is weird, like states are composed of properties, really. So they'd have you know, properties, but they'd be bundled up in a single object. So for example, you'd have the enemy state, which would consist of like the health, position, rotation. You'd have you know, I think I have like the bend angle, so like how their arm is being bent, and so on and so forth. So these are like, you know, this is how you do it in the Bolt way, and you do that through like a freaking GUI. So you have to open like a window, but the Fusion way, the Photon Fusion way, is just in script. Instead of having states, there are no states. It's just in a class. I guess it's a class, really, because it's all in code, and the class is composed of synchronized properties, which is marked as a networked of type T, you know, named X. So what we do is we'd make instead then the fusion way to make the enemies would be, instead of defining a state in the GUI, we'd say a class enemy. I guess we should call it state, just to, I mean, it's not the fusion way to call it state, but I guess it is representative of the state, so maybe we should call it enemy state. And then it would be, you know, networked. Oh. Int health. And so on and so forth. So that's how you do it in Fusion, which is sort of similar, you know, like transcribing from one to the other shouldn't be necessarily too difficult. It's just about transcribing all of these things. But then for transcribing the RPCs is going to be a bit different, because then we're going to have to say that these classes implement listeners for those RPC calls, because we have multiple pieces of code. So this is an entity behavior, which doesn't necessarily listen for events, but we have the entity event listener. So for example here, and this listens for the event unstick event, for example, or teleport event, or kill self event. These are all events we're listening to, but I don't know how to transcribe that over to Photon Fusion. Like, because in Fusion you define this as a RPC, which is remote procedure call. You'd have like the RPC attribute, and then you'd have public void kill self, you know? And this RPC, like, would we define that as part of a separate, like, you can't define it as an interface. How would we structure that? Like, do we add it as a component? But then, because the thing is, like, we could do like sort of event listener, but these are like entity events. They're being sent to an entity. It could be we just have to redefine these events, but they are being sent in multiple places. But then there are like these global events and local events. I think we're just gonna have to sort of go at these events piece by piece and not do like some generic interaction, but I don't think it's obvious. Like it's gonna I'm thinking like, okay, so we have the RPC. And it gets called, I think, similarly to you'd call it on the client and then the server would call it and send it back. Yeah, we're gonna have to look into that further later, but oh, here's one. The timer should be set to add a tick timer to games network state. Add a property to the ball named life of type tick timer. Provide empty stubs for the getter and setter. Fields marked with networked have to be properties and have to get set stuff. Yeah, make sure to always follow this pattern. The timer should be set before the object is spawned, and because spawned is called only after a local instance has been created, it should not be used to initialize network state. Instead, create an init method that can be called from the player and use it to set the live property to be 5 seconds into the future. Oh, you bought it? Awesome, dude. And hello, Birdball. Finally, fixed update network must be updated to check if the timer has expired. If so, despawn the ball. What's the tick timer? Is tick timer a helper class? Fusion, okay. The code still needs to despawn the object after set time has expired, so it does not fly off into infinity, eventually looping around and hitting the player in the neck. Fusion provides a convenient helper type for timers, aptly named tick timer. Instead of storing the current remaining time, it stores the end time in ticks. This means the timer does not need to be synced on every tick, but just once when it is created. To add a tick timer to the game's network state, add a property to the ball named life of type tick timer provide. Okay. So that is a way to synchronize the lifetime of an entity, I guess. Spawning any prefab works the same as spawning the player avatar, but where the player spawns is triggered by a network event. The player joining the game, the ball will be spawned based on user input. For this to work, the input data structure needs to be augmented with additional data. Add data, collect data, apply input in the player's fixed update network. So there's const byte mouse button 0 equals 1. The network buttons type is a fusion type that helps to track the input state of multiple network buttons with optimal bandwidth usage. That's good. Open basic spawner, go to the on input method and add checks for the primary mouse button and set the first bit of the buttons field if it is down to ensure that quick taps are not missed. Okay. So mouse button 0 equals mouse button 0. And then that's a logical OR. Because it's a byte. Yeah. Yeah, because if it's already clicked, then it's like, you know, if it hasn't been read, it only gets reset there. Okay, yeah. I think that's basically how I do it already with my input. Data.buttons.set network input data mouse button 0 equals mouse button. But these are just like defined as a bytes then. But I mean, a byte is only 8. I assume you can have more inputs than just a byte, right? Open the player class and inside the check. Click the button to press and spawn a prefab. The prefab can be provided with... Okay. To limit the spawn frequency, wrap the call to spawn in a network timer that must expire between each spawn. Oh, yeah. Their attraction. Let's see. Yeah, man. That's, I don't think they even mentioned each other's name once. The check for state authority is needed because only the state authority can spawn, yeah. So unlike the movement, the spawn of these objects will only be executed on the host and not predicted on the clients, yeah. The actual call to spawn needs to be modified a bit because the ball requires additional initialization before it is synced. Specifically, the init method added earlier must be called to ensure that the tick meter is set. For this purpose, Fusion allow a callback to provide a spawn that will be invoked after instantiating the prefab, but before it is synchronized. Physics. That's what we want to see. By default, Fusion will run the physics simulation on the host and the clients will follow. However, this puts physics objects in a different time compared to local predictive objects, which will cause the problems for the physics simulation if these objects collide. Dual time is a complex topic which can be dealt with in a variety of ways. Some are downright hacks, that is Penguin Heist to a T, and others are too expensive for general application and do not provide the immediate feedback gamers expect. That is a problem we face in Penguin Heist as well. Dual time, yeah, they described to a T the problems we have with Penguin Heist. There is unfortunately not a simple fix that works for all cases, and we noticed that with Penguin Heist. Once again, we noticed that. For this tutorial, we'll use Fusion's physics add-on to predict physics objects locally, placing the physics control objects in the same time as the player control avatar. This is a solid solution that can be used in production, but keep in mind that running prediction and resimulation in physics is expensive. Yeah, we can't do that. We can't. I think I tried using this network with the body and stuff. Let's skip this part. We don't need to learn about this. We're not going to do that. This section shows how to synchronize additional data over the network in addition to the player's position using network properties. Network properties. Fusion synchronizes the transforms of network objects when you add a network transform component to them. Other states, such as variables in your script, are not synchronized over the network. To have synchronized over the network, a network property is needed. Networked properties synchronize their state from the state authority to all other clients. And state authority is then equal to the has or is controller in Photon Bolt. So you have either state authority or what is it, state authority or something else authority? If a client changes the network property on an object over which it has no state authority, the change is not synchronized over the network, but instead applied as a local prediction or like owner something, I don't know, and can be overridden by changes from the state authority in the future. Be careful to only update network properties on the state authority if you want it to update every client. Where I guess state authority is the owner. A simple example for a network property would be a player's color. All right. The goal is to color the player's cube white when a ball is fired and then fade it towards blue. Declaring network properties. To trigger the effect, the host will toggle a single bit in a networked variable. Since no more than one ball can ever be spawned in a single tick by a given player, each new spawn will change the value of the bit to something that is different from the previous tick and thus trigger a change in detection. Before adding the code, note that this design can fail. As already mentioned, changes can go undetected, especially if they are of the flip-flop kind. To make it more resilient to this, one could replace the bool with a byte or an int and bump it on each invocation instead. In the end, it is a question of how important the visual effect is versus how much bandwidth it consumes. Of course, that makes sense. You can flip-flop from 0 to 1 back to 0 within one short span, and then you wouldn't see the if you do it locally, that is, you wouldn't see the changes. Oh, sorry. Tired. When defining network properties, Fusion will replace the provided get and set stubs with custom code to access the network state. This means that the application cannot use these methods to deal with changes in property values. And creating separate setter methods will only work locally. Changes can be detected via a change detector. Add a new change detector to the script and initialize it in spawn like this. Okay, that is awkward. Also add a material field to reference the cube material and set the field in awake. Render function, blah, blah, blah. This code iterates over all changes that happened in the network. Okay, yeah. For each switch change case, name of. So you're still working with strings. Although it's using name of, which is nicer, but still. This is useful for spawning local visual effects in response to state changes or perform other tasks that does not directly impact gameplay logic. This is an important caveat since property changes may occur multiple times due to resimulation. Or twice to be exact. One on prediction and again if the prediction was incorrect, or it may be skipped entirely if the property changes back and forth between two values faster than network states are being sent or a packet is dropped. Primary benefit of using change callbacks over common messages like RPCs is that the callbacks are executed immediately after the tick in which the value was changed, whereas an RPC may arrive later when the game is in a completely different state. Yeah, makes sense. Blurping the color. Color should be updated in render as a linear interpolation from the current color to blue. Because it is guaranteed to run after fixed update network and uses time to delta time. But why not set the simply set the color immediately when the calling spawn? Well, this would work for the host and for the client with input authority. Input authority, that's the way. It's input and state authority. It would not work for proxies, but what if the color was a network property that was simply applied locally on all clients in render? Remote procedure calls. Yeah, let's look into this. Remote procedure calls, or RPCs, are one of the most common features of any network library, and its intuitive mapping to regular methods makes it an easy first choice when trying to bring multiple clients together in a shared world. Unfortunately, it is often not the best choice. RPCs can be problematic in a tick-based state synchronization library like Fusion because they are not tied to a specific tick and will execute at different times on different clients. But maybe more importantly, they are not part of the network state. So any player that connects or reconnects after an RPC was sent or just didn't receive it because it was sent unreliably will never see the consequences of it. And that is a problem in Penguin Heist as well. In most cases, state synchronization itself is sufficient to keep players aligned, and adding an on-change listener to a network property can handle most transitional cases where the application cares about its change in state and not just the actual state itself. Still, there are use cases where RPCs are a good choice. Here are a few examples. Sending a taunt message, purchasing gear from an in-game shop, setting initial player properties like name, color, skin. Yeah, we do that as well. Launching a game. In the few cases where RPCs are the right option, Fusion makes it very simple. Just tag a conventional method on any network behavior with the RPC attribute and indicate who may call the method as well as who shall receive the call. Make sure the method has RPC as prefix or postfix, and you're ready to call it. Goal in this small example is to send a hello mate. Yeah. Yeah, like here. So I think I'm just gonna have to redefine. So like every single on event is going to need to be duplicated into this. And it's gonna go from looking for on state stuff. So first, it's like a ping pong, basically. The input authority sends the RPC. I think you can have RPC sources like all. RPC sources all, and then RPC targets. Like this target is the state authority. Source host. Host mode equals RPC host mode source is host player. What? Explain. Why are there two RPCs here instead of just a single one? This is because Fusion host mode is a star topology. Clients have no way to send data to other clients directly using an RPC. Clients can only send RPCs to the host, which then must relay the messages to all clients. Yep. Let's have a look at the attribute of the send message RPC. RPC sources. Input authority. Yeah. Only the client with input authority over an object can trigger the RPC to send the message. State authority, the send message RPC is sent to the host. RPC host mode. Source host is player. Since a host is both a server or a client, it needs to be specified which one is calling the RPC. That doesn't make sense to me. Why is that relevant? Wouldn't that just be inherent to the... Because here it's saying source is server. Server host is sending the RPC, yeah. All clients should receive this RPC, yeah. The server part of the host application is sending the RPC. Yeah, I don't understand that. Where to go next? This tutorial series has covered several of the basic concepts used by Fusion, but there is a lot more under the hood. Fusion has components and features to solve almost any network-related problem multiplayer games run into, but not everything is relevant for all types of games. Read the manual and dive into more samples. This I want to read more about. The area of interest. Interest management is a set of data culling features which restrict data replication of specific network objects and network behaviors from the server to specific clients. This culling is useful for reduction of network traffic as well as restricting player access to data, such as team-only information. There are two main data culling mechanisms. Object interest and behavior interest. Restrict network behavior updates from server to player refs. Restrict network. Is per network object setting that indicates how player interest in that object should be determined. Players without interest in this network object. Interest enter and interest exit are called unregistered components of a network object that implement the IInterest enter and IInterest exit interfaces. Whenever the local player gains or loses interest in the object, interest can be gained, lost by an object entering and exit of a player's area of interest. These callbacks are also triggered on the server when this object interest mode is selected. The server peer, including the shared mode when using. Player area of interest regions are specified by calling the runner.add player area of interest. One second. I'm just looking at it. Right. Okay. I think, you know, maybe we should just sort of just dive in head first. I feel like I have a pretty good idea. But this is annoying to me, like the plop, 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 plop. So, we'll open up Penguinized. And then we're gonna open up Penguinized on my other computer as well. Is there a way to do like class as interface Unity? No, I think we're just gonna have to do it manually per RPC. It could be that this convenience that they have in Bolt is not. Right. Okay. We're gonna be right back, like 5 minutes or something. And then we're gonna start breaking the entire code base. Get hype. I'm back. So, Pudding, you finished the game. How was it? I sometimes wield a sword as a way to protect myself. It is only for my protection. Not because of Were you more interested in a traditional detective mystery? Okay, so let's just straight up delete Photon. And we'll start from there. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, I think, like thematically, like I get it's over the top, but like I try to, in my mind, like ground the over the topness. So like, you do go through the walking fish, you do jump around on this stuff in space, but it's a dreamlike state. You're traveling through your subconsciousness. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the Penguin Heist universe, there's all this sort of weird left behind technology by the Pongonians that, you know, the Penguins don't fully grasp. And I think it's interesting to me to see them sort of engage with it. And yeah, I can see the sort of Assassin's Creed lore comparison with the Animus and stuff. But yeah, for me, it's like I'm playing with the idea of sort of yeah, I was happy with the implementation of the mini games, like integrating the weightlifting and the jackpot and the pizza panic and stuff. But that's the thing, right? So like this compared to Penguin Heist plays way more smoothly, but that's part of like the journey I've been going through and why I've been working on this spin-off. Oh, you struggle with the helicopter? Yeah, I worked a lot on the helicopter, but it's way better than it was before. Because I figured out this bug that's been in Penguin Heist for ages regarding the helicopter. I finally managed to fix that. But yeah, like this game has been like a way for me to sort of experiment with sort of cleaning up what Penguin Heist is, but in more like a safe single player environment. But now having this finished, I can go back to Penguin Heist with like a fresh set of eyes and sort of oh really? Okay. Camera went dark in the helicopter. But yeah, the thing with the planks though, I guess you're having an ad now maybe. Let me know if when you're back. I don't know. Yeah, I mean the helicopter is like planned to be like you can crash land on the freaking place in the mountains and you're good. I'm just gonna sign in here. Yeah, I'll just do this in case I need to type in any shit. That is secret. But yeah, the ads are at least over now. So I think it's sort of like, you know, when I'm working on Penguin Heist, I can sort of excuse a lot of the lack of smoothness just by the virtue of it being like, you know, silly, goofy fun. You know, to me, it doesn't matter if the performance isn't key or if the character doesn't walk perfectly or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter to me because it's all about being goofy, silly, you know, punching penguins, whatever. But when you're playing a story-based detective game, you have to think about the details because, you know, 80% of the time is spent reading dialogue. So I have to like really nail those moments. And that's what I was sort of able to do with this game. And then I can come back and sort of take those lessons learned and apply them again to Penguin Heist and then further on with Penguin Peaks, which I'm very excited for. Yeah. But that's also like I want to emphasize the fact that it is just us, you know? Like we're the ones who made the game. Yeah, we're working on it, and we've really improved our sort of build workflow for this game as well. So like being able to, for that fish, it's literally just pushing a button and dishing it out and being. We also figured out what the FPS drops. We figured it out, so we're gonna have a patch for that coming out soon as well. It's the penguins floating out into the ocean. And when they float out far enough, the performance just drops because it's struggling with the rendering of them. Like the performance just dips completely. Which is very strange. Yeah, so the reason is that NPCs are leaving and floating out into the ocean, and when they float out far enough, the performance crashes. Yeah. Those are the penguins that are tanking the performance. And that never happens in the editor version. That's the thing. They never float out into the ocean like that. So I never get those performance drops. And that's why when playtesting, it didn't happen to me either, because it's like, it's random, right? It doesn't always happen. And you'll only notice it when you're up here, because that's the only time you're looking out over the ocean. When you're down here, of course you're not looking at the freaking ocean, because the NPCs aren't down here. Like you're looking around here and you're never looking at up there at the ocean. So they're never in your line of sight. So yeah, that was a sneaky one, but Alice discovered it. Oh, thank you, Dorian Live. Appreciate it. Yeah, Detective Penguin is out already though, if that's the game you're talking about. But oh, I should change my. No, I think the GameDev is... I used to have Detective Penguin. But yeah, now we're changing from Photon Bolt to Photon Fusion. Is it called Photon Fusion here, or is it Photon? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. Like, you know, even if it's like not someone's flavor, I think there's some part, you know, there are parts you're gonna like no matter what, sort of. Even if the story doesn't go exactly where you want it to, there are parts that people are gonna appreciate, and that was sort of my intent as well. And also, it was important to me, especially in the last part, because everything turned sort of like sinister and serious and dark, like with the walking fish and all of that, and the sort of implications of the simulation. And having, like, you know, dressing up like a Gator Gwyn and stuff like that, adding like the silliness in between and giving the player space to breathe, I think was kind of like important to me. Oh yeah, you like the text. But yeah, I did turn down the volume for the band, but I guess I didn't turn it down enough because it was blasting my ears as well, but like times two. I have to tune it down even more, but I guess that makes it even more bombastic. So maybe that's good. I don't know. But that song, yeah, was specifically commissioned for Detective Penguin, so. Yeah, and like the thing is, like, I could do that, but for me, I have to, like, you know, I was going into this game with like what is creatively rewarding for me, and I was working on these like options, you know, like punching Guppy or like finding all these things and getting like all these different sort of options, and then writing some consequences for that. And it's like the more I was working on it, I was like thinking, this is like very grating for me. It's not very creatively rewarding. And I was just getting more and more more invested in the concept of just writing a story as opposed to providing like consequences for choices. And I think like the choices I enjoy are the sort of dialogue choices where you can be an asshole or you can be nice, and having the characters just in the moment reacting to it. Like when you're playing Skyrim or you're playing Fallout, or mostly when you're playing like Fallout, you have like the sarcastic option of dialogue. You can never be like an absolute asshole. Like it's always like, haha, I'm a bit of an asshole. But in this game, you know, you can call Garbage George garbage, and you can just, you know, be like that. And you can say that the Handigwin is an idiot, and you can be like a genuine ass. But I wanted to add more of that. I just never really took the time to. But maybe one day I can do like a bit of an overhaul when it comes to that, you know, if time allows me. But for now, you know, the game is the game, and I'm just gonna patch out the bugs as they come. And I think it's a great companion piece to like Penguin Heist, the Penguin Saga, and now Penguin Peaks. It's like, I think to me it doesn't matter if it sells much. I just want people to like enjoy it and experience this sort of universe we've created, and just have fun with it, you know. They're like reference. Yeah, that's the thing. I really wanted to work the disguises in more. They felt kind of pointless. It was like a mechanic that I wanted to utilize more, but I just never ended up doing it. So it's more of a gimmick than an actual feature, isn't it? I was thinking about like, okay, to work at Chef Penguino's pizzeria, you had to be like a chef and earn his trust. So you need to disguise yourself as a chef, or like being a criminal in disguise could get you through into the into the thugs, you know, the Snakewins, and all these different like sort of shortcuts through past conversation. And being a clown would have like most dialogues. People would be like, "Why are you in a clown suit? I can't take you seriously," and add like these flavor dialogues. But again, it's like it explodes the complexity of the dialogue to start doing that kind of stuff, and with the length that the story yeah, but it's like, you know, the story is what, like 3 hours long or something. Like, it's a long ass story. In my mind, the story was like, you know, maybe just under 2 hours or something. That was what I was thinking. But it's like, yeah, like that's a long playtime. With a bit of blackjack in between. Yeah, exactly. We're coding the new multiplayer. Yeah, I mean, I just want to. I want the game to feel like it's under promising, over delivering. Basically, they go in, expect like a generic detective game, and get more. And that's sort of, you know, that's what Penguin Saga did as well. They go in, they expect sad, depressed penguin. We'll get this sort of existentialist story about a whole cast of penguins. Yeah, I think so. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr. The reflection tells a story of
Good music.
Trust my eye. The mirror never lies.
But how do I find the... Like, is there not a... Like, if network runner... Yeah, we're not doing multiplayer, we're just doing the one. So that's why it's so... But then we'll just do... we can just do this. Get runner. And then we can do that wide. So Bolt network dot is server. And we can replace that with there and replace all. Nice. And then Bolt network instantiate. Is it spawn? Okay. Right, and it's not. Okay. Is it like runner? Pick. I guess that's what we want, tick.raw. I guess we don't have to freeze yet. We'll just do like to do implement freezing. Comment that out. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I have to go now. But I'm gonna see you guys again on Monday. Probably gonna do more work this evening. I'm gonna have to cut this stream short. So thanks to you all who tuned in today. Even though it was a short stream. I wish you all the best, and I will see all of you